Please place the matter on record.
Morning, Judge.
Thank you, Judge. Today is Wednesday, the 10th of May, 2023. Calling the matter of live Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Morning, Ms. Mahlangu.
Good morning, my lady.
You are reminded that you're still under oath. Mr. Pichela, good morning. You may then proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Good morning. Good morning, Ms. Mahlangu.
Good morning, Council.
Just to pick up from yesterday, during one of my questioning regarding the issue of whether there were discussions around prior to the presentation, you said something that it was a supplementary presentation. What do you mean by that?
My lady, when I say supplementary presentation, it means that we had made presentation on the 13th of November. So this was the presentation that was required after we made the initial presentation.
To understand that on the 14th of November,
the 13th,
13 November. Am I then to understand that this issue of closure of life Esidimeni or termination of the contract was discussed, and this was the second time the issue has been discussed?
No, Council, it's not correct.
Okay.
What is the correct situation, to clarify you?
My lady, as I said, when Advocate Mukari was cross-examining me, that the original date schedule of the PVC was between the 11th and the 13th.
Correct.
The Department of Health's presentation was on the 13th of November. In that presentation, which Council took us through when he was cross-examining me, we presented everything in line with what Treasury asked the department to present. And in that presentation, these items that were subsequently included for the presentation of the 26 were not there. That's what that's the evidence before this court, which I have given a couple of times.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I think there is an echo. I don't know whether it's from your side or Mr. Pichela's side.
No, my lady, I don't think it's me.
There's nothing, my lady, in this, but I will switch off my mic.
Okay, I think it's... Yes, continue.
As your leadership pleases. Okay, so in conclusion, this issue was only discussed on the one day, and then it was approved, and it was then carried on.
Yes, Council.
Which issue? You are saying this issue? Just be specific.
Apologies, my lady. I'm talking in the context of the discussion on the termination of the life Esidimeni contract.
So what is this issue? Is the termination?
Yeah, the termination was discussed only on that one day, and then it was decided to implement it.
On the 26th, is that what he's saying?
Correct, my lady, because initially she has mentioned the 13th, and then there was this issue of a supplementary presentation. So I wanted to understand whether there were prior discussions of the termination, or whether it was discussed on that one day and then implemented.
Okay.
So I gather the answer is yes, it was only discussed once and that was it.
Yes, Council. Alongside of all the other key programs that were related to patient care, I can repeat, that is CELBI, that is the Alex Clinic.
I'm getting a bit confused now, because my understanding is if you are talking about termination, that is item that was on the agenda to say we are going to implement termination of the contract. So the other issue, I don't think they feature anywhere, because I'm not getting into the discussions per se, specifically on what you considered, because you have already testified about that. I'm only talking about termination. You said on this day we discussed termination, and then it was decided that we are going to implement it. Of course, there were other issues that you might have discussed, but those are irrelevant for now. I'm just concerned about this, the decision itself.
Yes, Councillor.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to venture a bit into your oversight functions. Am I correct to understand that as the head, you would exercise an oversight function over the performance of the officials under you, especially in this instance?
Yes, Councillor, correct.
Yes. Now, is there any official in particular who you are assigned to report to you for the project implementation? The one who was supposed to take news from the ground and bring it up to you so that you are made aware of what is happening?
No, Councillor, the way the department functions, it functions along the structures as I've demonstrated in the organogram presented here. That's how the department does function, and that's how all departments which have been part of, they function through the reporting lines and format of that. There was no specific officials I had chosen to do that, and because the administrative functions and execution does not reside in the political office.
No, I understand. Who do you expect to be the one to inform you when there are problems?
My lady, the project team, as the presentations have shown in this court's record, demonstrated that the HOD and the team that he was leading, all of them will come to the meeting with me whenever they were available. So that's the line of chain of command that would have been used to report to me in meetings whenever I requested or they requested the meeting.
So in conclusion, there was nobody specifically assigned the responsibility to inform the MEC of any issues on the ground. It was expected of everyone in the project team. Is that what you say?
My lady, the team had a project manager and a deputy project manager. And the team in meetings after meetings, whenever we met, they will indicate and report about issues that they needed to report to me. They saw fit that were necessary to be reported to me. And remember, my lady, and I just wish to repeat, and not because it's important, the Department of Health is huge. The life Esidimeni was one component of the contract termination, was a small component of the entire work that I was dealing with on a daily basis, including my political responsibility.
We hear all that, but I'm not sure whether Mr. Pitlela's question has been answered, because it's a straightforward question. So either there was a specific person who would alert you of whatever was happening on the ground in case there were challenges, or that person was not there. So I don't know. We hear all this about meetings. If there were problems, did they have to wait for meetings to be convened? Was there no one who had access to your office in case there were problems?
My office I adopted an open door policy, my lady. Every official, including the public, had a right to come to me or to anyone in my office to talk to me. And specifically, I worked very close with the HOD. If there were any issues that the HOD needed to raise with me, he will raise with me, or the officials will talk to him and he will talk to me, in line with the hierarchy of what I've presented before in relation to the organogram of the department.
The difficulty I have with your answer, ma'am, is that you have somehow insinuated that you were kept out of the loop in respect of these problems that were occurring. And I wanted to explore whether somebody has failed in their duty to inform you of problems as they arose. And it seems like there was no plan in place. It was just everybody doing their own thing.
I disagree with you, Council. I did not have to have a specific person responsible for from the political office. The department has a significant number of employees with key responsibility in each of the things that the department is doing. So there was no need for the political office to appoint a project person to oversee the project, the entire project of the department. So that is my answer, Council. And I cannot operate at the political office outside of the structures that are provided for in the organogram or by the ministerial handbook, for that record.
Okay, let's move along. So what I understand about this termination, it was supposed to be, there's even a term for it. I think it's called marathon project. It's supposed to be something that is out of the ordinary work of the department, correct?
I don't know how that name was arrived at, so I just saw it in meetings, and I cannot comment on that, the name and what it meant in the main. I can't.
Don't fixate on the name. I'm saying this was a specific project. It wasn't something that was in the ordinary course of the work of the department. You guys came up with a specific project, and this is now your baby that you are looking after. Am I correct?
My lady, if I may answer the question in this context, I've already said on record over the last 6 days that when the department post-2014, when I came back to health, there were key areas that the department needed to act on. One of them was the cancellation of the CELPI project. Mr. Msinogi led that project with the rest of the other team that he worked with. The second one was the Alexandra Clinic, also that affected patient care. So then the third one was the Life Esidimeni. So I am not sure what council is saying this was out of the ordinary work of the department. In anything that the officials were doing, this was part and parcel of their work. Yes, relocating patients or moving them from one institution to the other may not be part of their day-to-day work, but the general of the other things of looking after patients and all of that, that was part and parcel of their daily work.
That is exactly my point. The work involved something that is extra from what their ordinary duties are. So I understand this to have been, we are going to implement this project, and this is how this project is going to unfold, and this is what we plan to do. That is what I understand about this. Hence, I'm giving you an opportunity to correct me on that.
Councillor, I don't know about extraordinary, my lady. A project is a project, and I'm not sure what makes it extraordinary. So the project was there, established, the HOD appointed the team, and I had no qualms about it. Whenever I needed, I was asked to add, to get other people or other department on board, I did that. So I may not be really following or understanding what you're trying to say, but that's my understanding of how things worked.
Let's move along. You indicated that you first heard of the death, I think, on the 12th of September.
Council, I said that there was a death mentioned. I do not know exactly what the one death was I referred to, and I've given an answer already on record. It's been 6 years to remember each and everything that happened there. I honestly, I'm struggling to try and remember everything. I am human after all.
No, ma'am. Please calm down. I'm taking you back to the first time you heard. Remember, we are talking about your oversight functions here. And you stated that you only heard of the deaths on a particular date. I'm not saying that you know of everybody who died. I'm talking about the first time you heard about people dying at NGOs. That is where we are right now. So I just want to confirm the date where you heard, the first time that you heard about them.
My lady, I've already said on record over the past 6 days that there was a death mentioned. I'm not sure exactly which period, but it was after July, or I think around August, so I don't know exactly. And I indicated on record that I spoke to the HOD about that death, and we had a brief conversation. He explained to me how the department deals with death of unnatural circumstances, the investigation. Even yesterday, I elaborated about other deaths, how I dealt with. The point, therefore, they going to the legislature, preparing on the evening of the 12th, going to the legislature on the 13th. That's when I then got to know about this 36th death as I was preparing to go to the legislature the morning of the 13th.
Okay, that's fine. You mentioned that a visit to CCRC. Do you still recall the date? Because I don't think that was captured. If you can recall, I mean, as you were saying, it's 6 years ago. Do you still remember the date, if any, when you visited CCRC?
My lady, I'm not sure if you can see me. I think there's load shedding.
Lady, there's load shedding in the building. It'll take a moment. So we have connectivity, but you won't see her because it's dark. There we go.
My lady, I visited CCRC, I think it was July. I may not remember the exact date. What I do remember, it was in the evening. I was coming from my other engagement. Then we drove at night to CCRC, and I invited other officials to join me there.
And the purpose of your visit on that day was to do what at CCRC?
There were concerns raised in the media through my liaison, the department liaison officer, Mr. Steve Mabona. So I went there to try and understand what exactly was going on. So we were responding to the media queries. And I said to Steve, rather than us continuously talking about things we do not know, rather let's go to the place. And then after that, we'll issue an informed statement.
Okay. There were, at the time when you went to CCRC, I believe that there were these two NGOs that were operating there. There was Esidimeni and Enka.
Yes, Council, there were two NGOs. I may not remember both of them, but there were two NGOs. The name I remember is Esidimeni, and they were fighting over the kitchen, I think, something like that.
Okay. So essentially, you went there also to mediate that dispute, or was it just something that you had when you got there?
I can't remember whether the fight I had it before or I found it in there. But when I was there, they told me that there was a fight between these two NGOs sharing the kitchen as well as the cold storage. I asked Mr. BT to talk to the ID to engage the Department of Infrastructure to help resolve that problem, and I appealed to the NGOs. I think one NGO was represented, one was not. I can't remember exact the details. And Mr. BT undertook to talk to the Department of Infrastructure to assist the NGOs so that they can continue to do their work without within the infrastructure provided for by the department.
Were you also told of
issues as well, Council, when I got there, and I think that's why Mrs. Mure, when I was there, I asked Mrs. Mure to come, as well as Mrs. Msimang, who was responsible Chief Director for HR, and I think Dr. Mane Namela was present there. I can't remember who was from her team there. I may not remember those.
Okay. Because from the evidence that we've received from Esidimeni and Enka, there was also a problem with regard to space for the mental health care users. Were you told about this? Were you told about this when you were there? That we have a problem, we are carrying so many patients, and we don't have enough room to accommodate them.
Council, when I was there, I saw there were wards that were renovated. Others were occupied. I think there was one that was not occupied, if I'm not mistaken. Again, if my memory serves me well, everything I have to try and remember as much as I can. And I made an observation about the overcrowding that I saw there, and the officials undertook to attend to the problem. And the issues of staffing, I do remember that was raised, and Mrs. Mure, I know, and Mrs. Simang, they also got, I think, Vescopis to come on board and assist. I think the reports are in these files, if I'm not mistaken, Council.
Did you perhaps take the opportunity to speak to the representatives of the NGOs?
I think when we're going about, one of the representatives, the representative of the NGOs was on site, was with us when we were doing the walkabout. And finally, when I asked Mr. Piti to help to assist them, that representative of that NGO was there. Exactly, I can't remember which NGO's representative was there.
And the question of deaths never arose?
No, Council, no. I don't remember.
No.
Come again, the question of
deaths.
Oh.
No, I don't remember, Council. I don't remember on that day that there were issues relating to that. If I may, my lady, the issues of deaths, even when we had a meeting with the Premier, there was an indication given to that meeting, I think on the 15th of September, that the numbers that were being talked about the number of people who died, should exclude the numbers of people who had died in government hospitals, because those were already in the government premises, were never moved from life or any of that. I think there was something to that effect that Dr. Manamela would have said, but I may not be really remember everything about that conversation, and I can't remember exactly where we spoke about it. Okay,
I'm going to take you to a letter. I think Advocate Mkari has referred you to it. 51316, page 51316, my lady.
Can I get the page?
My lady, it's 51316.
51316.
Correct. Are you there?
Yes, Council.
You see, this letter firstly is dated the 24th of July, and it speaks of the deaths that occurred at Siabadinga.
Yeah, I'm following, Council.
And you mentioned that you went there in around July, correct?
Yes, Council.
And this letter seems to be directed to the Mental Health Review Board by Dr. Manamel.
Yes, Council.
So you can see my difficulty here. Here's a letter that was written, and you went to for the site visit, and you are telling this court today that the issue of deaths were never reported. It never arose while you were there. I think it's quite difficult because it's something that's quite important. People just discuss issues of cheap kitchens and not deaths. I find it very hard to believe.
Council, I maintain that on that day, on that occasion, you can speak to Mrs. Mure, you can speak to Mrs. Grace Msimang, you can speak to Mr. Pite. On that day, we never discussed anything, or nobody mentioned anything related to that. So I do not know exactly how to answer you. If information is not shared with me, and I'm not told about things when I'm on site, I don't know how else to do it. And I indicated again that visit was in the evening when I finished my activities of the day, and I decided to go there because the concern at the time were about the kitchen.
So what you are saying is your media officer received information about people fighting over a kitchen at CCRC and you left everything and went there in the evening?
No, Council, I think you're trivializing my response. I have no comment, Council.
No, I'm not trivializing it. I'm putting it into context because you are saying your media liaison officer told you about things that are happening at CCRC, and that prompted you, even though it was in the evening, to actually go to CCRC right there and then.
My lady, I don't know what is it that I could have done I do this, it's not enough. I don't do this, it's not enough. I don't know what more to say, honestly. When Steve Bona consistently received a correspondence from this journalist, I think it was an Afrikaans newspaper, I don't know exactly what the concern, but what I remember amongst other issues that were raised was this kitchen issue. And it was important because it would have affected the food provision for the mental health care users. So I don't know what else Council wants me to say. So I should not have gone because the kitchen was raised. The kitchen was not important.
Mr. Pichela?
It's quite surprising. I mean, it's that you in the evening.
Mr. Pichela?
And it's quite clear that there are things that you're not telling us. There must have been something that was urgent that prompted you to go to.
Yes, Mr. Pichela, just a second. There are hands here. Mr. Late.
My lady, Mr. Pichela is now arguing with the witness. She has given her answer, and he can leave the rest of it for argument, as the court pleases.
Please, can we please refrain from doing that, Mr. Pichela? The witness has answered. What more do you still want? Please.
My lady, I'm not arguing with the witness. I'm just expressing my amazement. Maybe I'm thinking out loud. I'm moving on, my lady. I don't intend to dwell on this. The court will make its own decision on this. So, what I'm struggling to understand, members, on the one hand, you're saying you are only the political head. You don't get involved in administrative issues and so on. But here you are on this day, abandoning your, moving from that position where you were and getting involved in administrative issues, when there are officials that you could have delegated this to do, for them to do, to report to you in the morning and tell you exactly what's happening at CCRC. Because for me, it doesn't tally. But maybe you can explain it.
And my lady, I did oversight in health institution any time of the day. Whenever I got an indication via somebody, or I wake up and think that today I think I must go to this institution because probably someone has just whispered something to me, or I think the media has raised an issue and all of that. It was not uncharacteristic of me to have gone to this NGO. Typically, my day would have been, my lady, when I was MEC, I'll wake up around 3:30 in the morning, go cycle, come back, and go to a day. Sometimes I'll go at 6 o'clock to health facilities and all of that. So I honestly don't know why Mr. Pichela choose not to believe that I went there with my sincerest of intentions. And I just wish to say that I went there because the journalist concerned kept on talking to Steve about the NGOs fighting about the sharing of infrastructure. And I don't think that is incorrect for me to have taken interest to go there. And that's not being operational. I did not go there and I physically say to the patients, now you do this and do that. I'm not a nurse, I'm not a doctor, and I'm not about to do any of that. That's why I invited the officials with the expertise that they carry to join me, so that when I make observation there, I ask them to execute.
Can you move on, Mr. Peter?
I'm moving on. Maybe just to clarify you, ma'am, the difficulty I'm having is understanding your specific role during this Life Esidimeni project implementation, because I wanted to understand whether that is what you were expected to do, or it was just something that you did as an additional thing, as an extra mile. You get where I'm going with this?
Mr. Late?
Again, my lady, the witness gave an extensive answer to exactly that same question that Mr. Pretoria is now asking.
My lady, I'm glad Mr. Late is back today. I was merely explaining to the witness, because she's.
My lady, should I be excused?
Yes, you can.
Explaining to her the context of my question. I wasn't dwelling on the question or anything. I was moving on, but I saw that the witness needed to understand why do I keep asking her this question. So I was merely being polite.
Okay, thank you. You are moving on. The witness, I agree with Mr. Late. The witness has answered this extensively. Thank you so much. Whatever you think of the answer, it can be a matter for argument. Yes, the witness can come back.
May I continue, ma'am?
Yes, Councillor.
Okay. Another thing that I'm struggling to understand, you mentioned where you were saying something regarding not being represented during the arbitration. Was it during the arbitration or during the Professor Makhoba's ombudsman hearing or something?
My lady, when I was asked to come to the arbitration, I sought a legal assistance, and I wrote a letter to the Premier, even when I was still in London. I wrote a letter to the Premier requesting him to help me finance, to pay for my lawyers. And he wrote me a letter and say he cannot, the government cannot pay for my fees because there was no legal, I did not need any legal assistance to that.
I'm sorry, I have to stop you here. I don't think Mr. Pichela wants those details. All what he's asking is whether you are saying you are not afforded legal representation either at the arbitration or at the ombuds. But
Yes.
what I know from your evidence, I've always, okay, perhaps you can just answer that. But what I pick up from your evidence, I don't think you were part of the ombuds. That was just an investigation. So it was only at the arbitration where you didn't have legal representation. Am I correct?
Yes, my lady. In the ombuds, I was asked to come and present. After gathering the information, the ombuds interviewed me, and I participated in that whilst I was still the MEC. Thank you, my lady.
But the issue of legal representation, it arises only at that's the concern that you referred to. You were only talking about the arbitration, isn't it?
Yes, my lady.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pichela.
Oh, okay, my lady, because I wanted to understand this point quite clearly, because information that I have is to the contrary. Because I think somewhere in 2019 there was a report that you were fighting with your lawyers who were representing you at the at the arbitration. I think some JL Rapiri attorneys or something. Because I wanted to understand that point clearly, because it felt like it's being used to justify not answering certain questions and saying, no, the reason I didn't say this is because I didn't have lawyers at the time.
My lady, through you, those lawyers came to me pro bono, and they were not giving me any legal support. They only helped me to prepare the documents in line with what the court rules and whatever. And when I went into the arbitration, Justice Moseneke made it clear that they have no legal standing or role in representing me or in assisting me in any of the proceedings of the arbitration.
Okay, well, that put it in a proper context then. Tell me, ma'am, to your knowledge, was there any contingency plan in place? That is, should this project fail? Should this project fail? A contingency plan with regard to what can we do in the event that maybe the project fails, the implementation, the rollout fails? Was there a contingency plan in place?
I am not aware of it, Councillor.
Okay. Are you aware of the building of the plan to build 900 additional beds at Tara, Vescopis, and I think it's Mamelodi?
I've seen this. I've seen it in the proceedings of this inquest, but I have no knowledge of it. I was never party to a discussion relating to that.
Okay. Now, I want to deal with some of the things that were mentioned by Dr. Mkajwa. His statement, it's on page 1450, my lady.
To ask Ms. Matlangu to mute herself because I want to deal with this thing. I don't know where it comes from.
My lady, may I please ask my attorney to help me? I don't know, the internet is not connected. Just 1 minute to request through the court that she comes to assist me with the internet. The document seems to be frozen.
Okay, thank you. No problem.
To the court.
Lady, my attorney has gone through to assist her.
Can the attorney also check whether there could be a problem because regarding this echo, I don't know where it comes from. Let them just check from her side.
She will attend to it, my lady.
We can proceed, my lady. She's borrowed me her laptop. We can proceed.
Okay, ma'am. I'm referring you to an affidavit by Dr. Mkajwa. It starts on page 1450. The page that I want you to go on, it's page on 1453, and that is paragraph 15, where mention is being made of you. So if you go to page 1453, paragraph 15 of that document, you can just read through it quickly. You can start with paragraph 14 and 15, because those are the ones that are mentioning the MEC.
I've read it, my lady.
Okay. So with regard to paragraph 14, were you given feedback regarding these quarterly meetings?
No, my lady, this was a mental health quarterly meeting. The only quarterly meetings I attended was the departmental quarterly meetings that will deal with overall departmental issues. The different sections quarterly meetings, I would not attend those. And I was not required to.
Okay.
Just a second. If I understood Mr. Pitlela's question, he's asking whether you were given any feedbacks regarding the quarterly meetings that are being referred to in this paragraph.
No, my lady.
Okay.
If we move to paragraph 15, it says there was a meeting where you were present. Do you agree with the content of this paragraph?
I have never met Dr. Mkajo, so I don't know which meeting he was with me where we discussed. I did indicate, my lady, through the record that I have met, I met with live. Present was Trevor Frankish, now I remember. I think it was Dr. Trevor Frankish and Dr. Kemi Chetty, who was the HOD of Health and Social Development in the era when 2008, 2009, 2010. When I came back to health in 2014, Dr. Chetty was at life. I don't know what was her responsibility. Those are the two people remembering that I met at life. I think there was another gentleman, I don't remember him, or a lady, I can't remember those people, the name exactly.
Okay, let's move along. Let's go to paragraph 23 on page 1455. I think I just put this down.
I am there, Council.
Here, what I want to understand is what this paragraph speaks about. No? It says that ordinarily, they used to discharge some patients to NGOs, and they would give them a period of 6 months to assess whether they've acclimatized to this different condition, and where there are relapses, they will then take them back in, sort of as a step down to see if these people will be able to sustain in an NGO environment. And I see it mentions a period of 6 months. So my concern is were you aware of this? Were you aware of this process of reintegrating people into NGOs gradually?
I cannot comment on Mr. Mkajo's statement, but what I can comment on, my lady, is that the Life Esidimeni was a step-down facility from government institutions, which is hospitals, to Life Esidimeni, and Life Esidimeni was expected to also refer patients down to the NGOs as to the modus operandi of how those operated, that those would have been an administrative or execution issues.
Okay, no, that's fine. Let's go to paragraph 26 on page 1456. It's a long paragraph. Here, my only interest, ma'am, it's in this Health Advance Institute. Were you aware of a report that was produced by this Health Advanced Institute?
My lady, I have already answered this question from several councils, and it's also in my evidence in chief that I saw this, even in my warning statement, that I saw the Health Advanced Institute report only when the Ombuds was asking me about it.
Okay, no, that's fair enough. Let's go to paragraph 31. It's on page 1458.
I am the council.
Yes, here it talks of a meeting that was held at Waverley Care Center, and where you were present, you arrived 1 hour late, and so on. Is this recollection accurate?
It's not accurate, council.
In what respect?
In my entire time as an MEC, you can ask a lot of people I worked with. There was very few occasions when I was late, and if there was late, it was because my meeting previous that would have been running late. So I was just never characterized as a person who arrived late in meetings. Even my lawyers know that ever since this inquest started, I've never arrived late anywhere else. So that's just generally how I behaved. So I hear about this, and I was kind of like taken aback, but it's okay.
Okay, that takes care of you arriving late. In response to the second question, which says that you indicated to family members, that you are not closing down early facilities, but transferring mental health care users to other facilities. Is that accurate?
But my lady, the department didn't own life healthcare facilities. So the department was taking the patient out. So, and Mr. Mkhatha was not there. These are hearsays. Yes, I did say the department is not closing life, and I stand by that. Because the department does not own the company. It is owned by different private people. So we have no right to be closing down facilities that are not owned by government. I have no power of such power.
So you dispute it. It's fine. Go down to paragraph 32, and here it's of a meeting that was held at Randfontein.
I was not present in that meeting. We had agreed, my lady, that I will go to the Waverley. HOD will go to Randfontein, because I think I had a political commitment that day that was clashing with that event.
And you did not receive any feedback from those that attended the meeting?
My lady, we spoke with the HOD about a number of things. After the meeting at the Waverley, I spoke to him, and after the meeting, he also gave me feedback. More or less, the issues were the same about the concerns of the family and what is it, and also encouraging them to establish the family committees so that we can be alive to their concerns when they call us, as and when they have in them participating in the process of identifying facilities where their loved one will go.
Okay. I'm going to take you again to a different statement. We are done with this one. That is on page 2290.
2290.
Yeah, it's again a statement by it starts with the initial statement of Dr. Mkhatha.
Yes, I'm there, my lady.
And the one question I have for you, this thing of an extension, 3 months extension, was it something that was proposed by the department, or did it come about as a result of a request for an extension?
The officials gave a report in the meeting to say that the work they were doing would require more time, and on the basis of that, after discussion, we agreed that the 3 months will be sufficient to enable them to do that work, so that the MHCUs are transferred to the facilities.
Okay, so it was initiated by the department.
Pardon?
It was an initiative of the department.
Yes, yes, yes. The project team, yes.
Okay, no. Just in that regard, you can look at page 2304, paragraph 68. 2304. And that is paragraph 68.
Okay, I'm there, Council.
Yes. And you will see there that Dr. Mkachwa mentions the date of the 23rd of February, where he says they received a letter from the department where a 3 months extension was proposed for termination of the life Esidimeni contract. So you agree with this aspect of this affidavit on this point?
My lady, the issues of extension I've spoken, I've given evidence to this court, and I don't think my answer remains what I've said before, and I don't think it's necessary to comment on Council's point.
Okay, no, that's fine, fair enough. The only thing is it just confirms what you have just said, to say that it was the department that offered the extension and not because somebody asked for it. But in any event, let's move along.
My lady, I did not say the department, the extension was asked by somebody else. I said the extension was presented by the officials in the meeting and granted, and those officials are officials of the Department of Health. I didn't say anything contrary to that.
Yeah, but I don't know if maybe it's a language barrier or what, but that is exactly what I said. I'm confirming what you have said. I'm merely confirming that. Maybe it's the way I articulate, but that is exactly what I said. Hence, I'm saying let's move along. There is this thing that is mentioned by Dr. Mkachwa, which was that Life Esidimeni even tried to revise their cost structure and offered the department even to buy some of their facilities. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware, Council.
Okay, no, let's move along. Let's go to the statement of Dr. Talatala. That will be, it starts on page 22062, but we are going to 22088.
I am there, Council.
The only thing that I wanted to find out from you is, were you aware of this letter?
I think I've given evidence to this about this letter. I think Council Hasim answered me and Councillor Mkari, and I think my answer remains what is on record. I can't remember my exact word.
Okay, no, it's fine. There's also another letter on page 22095. I also want to know if you are aware of this letter. 22095.
Thank you, Council. I'm there.
Yes, I just want to know if you are aware of that letter before today, before you came here to testify.
I've been asked by previous counsel, my lady, my answer remains what I've said before.
So you don't remember what you said, no?
I'm sure if we can go back on the record, counsel, I'll be able to see what I said.
No, it's fine. I mean, I'm not passionate about.
I'm sorry,
want
I think
you are
Mr.
aware.
Pichela, there was a hand by Mr. Odes because I was
Oh.
still looking at the pages. That was before the witness responded. Mr.
Well,
Odes?
My lady,
Yes.
these questions have all been asked and answered.
Yes.
So we're really not making any progress today with respect. These letters, it's a matter of record, have been referred to, and she's not saying I don't remember what I answered. She's saying I answered these already. That's what she said, and that's a more accurate description of what she said.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Pichela?
My lady, I'm not dwelling on anything here. I think there is something that needs to be said. The fact that somebody comes before you and asks a question in respect of a specific document does not preclude me from asking questions about that document, because then if that is
Just
the
a second, let the witness step aside, please.
Yeah, because if that is the case, then the fact that somebody came and asked a question about something, it does not by necessary implication mean that others who are following cannot ask questions about that document, because that person is representing their client, I'm representing my client. And my approach to those questions, I'm not restating what has been stated by that person. I'm asking questions from my own approach, and it is incorrect, therefore, to say because this document has been dealt with, then you are not going to be able to deal with. What I'm asking the witness is simple. Do you confirm this document? If it's a yes and no answer, for the witness to say I've answered and whatever, that's why I'm not dwelling on it. I'm prepared to move on, because I felt there's no need for me to keep hammering at what was the answer and so on. So I don't understand the objection at all. We are moving very fast. It's not even 11 and I'm done. They took 2 days.
Mr. Odes?
My lady, since this inquest began, we've always had a principle that we don't repeat what the previous cross-examiner said, unless we have a different view. But to ask the person, have you seen this letter before, when she's explained in great detail the whole procedure of how the letter arrived, how it was given to a PA, how it was dealt with by the different people, it means that it's been fully dealt with. To then ask three cross-examinations later, have you seen this letter, when she's given a full, clear exposition of exactly what happened, is totally incorrect with respect, my lady. And it doesn't accomplish anything. It's not a different perspective of the letter. It's the precise perspective that the previous cross-examiners raised.
Thank you, Mr. Pichela. I'm going to rule on this, otherwise we're going to spend a lot of time repeating the same questions. The fact of the matter is the question was asked and the witness has responded. So you can't ask the same question, right? That's what we're trying to avoid, unless if you had other questions in relation to the documents. We need not debate this any further. The witness has answered. Perhaps we should move on. Can the witness come back?
Indeed.
No, attorney is fetching him, my lady.
Okay, thank you.
Matlango. I see it's 1 minute to 11, but if I can be given 5 minutes, I'll be done. Maybe Mr. Sabara and Mr. Makani can just be preparing. Just in
But before we talk about Mr. Sibara, perhaps I can just find out from Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin, do you still have questions for the witness? And in that, if you have, I'm going to request that you go before Mr. Sibara.
Yes, that's fine, my lady.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, madam. With regard to the statement by Dr. Mkacho. Now, you were present when he was testifying, correct?
Yes, I was present, Counsel.
And you had an opportunity to challenge his version, and you did not.
I am not following.
There's a hand, my lady.
The witness can excuse us so that I can hear what Mr. Martin has to say.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, just before Mr. Pichlele goes down that road, there was a moment a few months ago where Ms. Marriott stated that this being an inquest, one doesn't even need to put versions, and I agree with her. It's not an adversarial trial. We're all witnesses that have been called for the benefit of the court. So before this witness is confronted with a complaint that there were versions that she could have put and should have put and didn't put, I'm not quite sure that that is legally the correct way to look at the evidence in this matter. Respectfully, the other thing is, even if that notion of putting versions is applicable here, I'm not sure a lay witness should be confronted with that sort of thing, but be that as it may. Lady, it's just an issue that perhaps needs some clarification, as it pleases.
Yes, Mr. Pichlele?
Yeah, my lady, I'll be interested to hear of it.
Can I hear also from the evidence leaders, one of them? But I think this is clear. I mean, this is an inquest.
Yeah, but there's no
Is it not?
Like, my lady, if counsel refers me to an authority that says that, we can't just be expressing opinions. It needs to be founded in authority. I'm of the authoritative view that a witness must put a version. You must put a version to the witnesses, and that is what we have been doing all along. So if somebody says differently, then present us with an authority.
Yes, Mr. Late.
My lady, the Inquest Act is very clear that the court can, after examining the statements in the case docket, can request certain witnesses to testify to clarify the statements. Any of the witnesses or anybody with a specific interest in the matter can ask the questions allowed by this court. I agree with Mr. Martin that this is an investigation, it's not a trial. There's no necessity to put versions to other witnesses because a witness cannot put a version to a witness. All these people are mere witnesses. There are no parties in this matter. They are all only witnesses. This court doesn't have to make a credibility finding regarding each and every witness who testified. The court must only sort out through all the evidence at the end to come to the decision that is required by this court in terms of Section 16 of the Inquest Act. I've said that many times, that this is an inquest and it's not a trial, and that's why witnesses can also not call witnesses. The witnesses to be heard by this court is witnesses identified by this court who will assist her in coming to the correct decision. It's not necessary to give any authority in this regard. It's common sense. Common sense is the authority, my lady.
Common sense is not common, man.
Mr. Pichlele, there you are.
I take it there's no authority. The only authority is what Mr. Late is proposing, and that is not acceptable. Anyway, my lady, it's not something that nothing turns on this. I mean, I'll be able to make my own arguments about the issue.
Yes, you can. I think that's a matter for argument if you want to deal with it that way. Yes. Well, are you still continuing? Where is the witness, if the witness can come back?
Martin is going to fetch him, my lady.
Thank you.
Ma'am, from the people that were reporting to you during the life testimony thing, who bears the responsibility for the issue of non-payment of the NGOs?
Who bears the responsibility for?
The non-payment of the NGOs not being paid for months and months and months.
I wouldn't be able to say this is one person. And the reason is the NGOs were not registered properly with the treasury system, within the treasury system, so that they can be purchase order numbers, as I said yesterday, and therefore be loaded in the system. So I wouldn't know exactly at the practical level who bears that responsibility. My apology, my lady.
Your leadership is no longer visible. I don't know what's happening.
I'm here. I'm listening. You may proceed.
Okay. My lady, perhaps break because I can canvas this issue further.
All right. It's yes, but can I ask Mr. Odes, your attorneys, let them check from Mr. Mahlangu's side if there is no problem with this ego, because it keeps on coming back when she starts talking. Ms. Mahlangu, you are warned that you are still under oath. You need not discuss your evidence with anybody else. The court is going to take a tea adjournment now. We'll resume at, it's now almost 10 past. Yeah, we can resume at 11:30, that's fine. The court will take a tea adjournment. Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady?
As the court pleases.
Ms. Mahlangu, you are reminded that you are still under oath. Mr. Pitleli?
Thank you, my lady. Just to recap on the previous question I posed, there still seems to be an echo. I don't know, my lady. But nonetheless, it was with regard to the question of payments to the NGOs. I was trying to find out from you whether you knew who was supposed to arrange for that, who was responsible for that. And your answer was that they were not registered on databases and so on and so forth. Am I correct?
No, my lady, I said I do not know the exact officials because that functions, it's under the CFO, and they've got lots of other people under them. Probably the HOD or the CFO might be able to give the exact answer, but I don't have knowledge of the exact person.
Okay. You testified that you went to Precious Angels, and there was also overcrowding there, correct?
Yes, my lady. I also said that I saw some of the mental health care users that I recognized that I'd seen when I went to Parliament.
And they've been transferred to now Precious Angels.
Yes, my lady, I did say that. But some
Okay.
I recognized their faces, and the place was overcrowded.
So obviously this must have been of concern to you. What did you do about it?
I was with Dr. Libete on that visit, if I'm not mistaken, and Mr. Piti was present as the chief director responsible for the Tshwane district. And I think Dr. Manamela was there, and I don't know who else was part of that. I asked them to assist the NGO. As Ms. Nube had indicated, that part of her problem was that the bigger premises she had secured, she lost the premises because of the non-payment issue. So I asked them to make sure that the issues are resolved. The immediate issues of food and all of that, the CFO and Mr. Pizzi and the HOT dealt with those a few days after my visit to the NGO.
Okay. Do you know if the situation improved after your visit?
I wouldn't be sure exact counsel because I expected the official to do what they were employed to do within their expertise as I had asked them to do. And what I think the next time there was a discussion about Precious Angel, it was my discussion with the HOD to say that the mental health care users who were there should be relocated to government facilities. I think specifically to Vescopis or Pretoria West. I can't remember exactly which facility.
Okay. No, that's fine. With regard to
just before you proceed, just before she proceeds, the issue of mental health care patients being transferred from Precious Angels, was it because of the overcrowding, or did that not come after the deaths when they were transferred to government facilities?
My lady, my answer was that after the council asked me after I visited Precious Angel, what did I do? I said I asked the official, and I further said the next time I engaged on a matter related to Precious Angel is when we took a decision. The HOD, I asked him to make sure that the patients are relocated. Yes, it is after the death.
Thank you.
Maybe just for the purpose of a timeline, do you still recall when you went there for the first time? You went to visit?
I can't recall, my lady, the exact date or the time, whether it was beginning of September, late August, or what the vivid things I remember are post the deaths.
Even while you were there, there was no discussion of any deaths, correct?
I don't remember that, cancer.
But if it was, you would remember it, correct?
I should be able to, and I probably would have spoken to the HOD about it.
Okay. With regard to the visit to Siabadinga, I've got a statement by Miss Hannah Yakubas, and it is on page 36646. I think that's where we can start. Paragraph 28.1.
Huh?
I beg your pardon. 36646.
I am there.
Thank you, ma'am. The portion I want you to reflect on is paragraph 28.1. It starts on 36645, and then it extends, the bulk of it is on 36646. In particular, it says the MEC and the DDG visited Kalinin after I said that we need help. No?
Yeah, I see that, Councillor.
Yes. So, if I'm to understand this portion correctly, did you visit CCRC on a previous occasion, or did you visit CCRC on the one occasion that you testified about?
I remember visiting CCRC once, Councillor. I don't remember that I went to the facility more than once.
Okay, no, thank you. So from the statement then, if we were to accept its correctness, it says that your visit was prompted by the fact that they needed help. And this is what Ms. Yakubas is saying.
Councillor, my lady, I've already answered the question saying that Mr. Mabona would have received the questions and concerns raised by a journalist. And on the basis of that, I decided that we shouldn't be answering through statement, we should go to the facility. So I've never spoken to Ms. Hannah about anything, and I don't remember her talking to me in person about anything.
Okay, that is fine, that is fine. During testimony of Ms. Dorothy Franks, it was mentioned that there was supposed to be a starter pack. Do you know anything about that?
No, I'm not aware, Councillor.
Because they were saying when they were roped into the project, they were told they would be given a starter pack which would assist them to address any issues of establishing like a little bit of money for them as a startup capital or starter pack kind of thing.
No, I'm not aware of that, Councillor.
Okay, so obviously, if you are not aware, you are not the one who terminated the starter pack, correct?
Sorry, my lady, I know nothing about that, Councillor.
Okay, no, that's fine. The question of the rollout or because in your testimony you seem adamant that the time period that was allocated to the project was sufficient. Am I correct?
Yes, this is given. You are correct, Councillor.
Okay. Then I want you to look at paragraph 16 of the statement of Ms. Yakubas. And that would be, I'm just trying to get the page because the page numbering has changed somehow. Yeah, that is page 36639.
I am the Councillor.
Maybe before I go into this, and in all fairness to the witness and the representatives of Ms. Jacobas, in particular Advocate Pinar, I'm not quite sure whether the amendments that were made also affected this paragraph. So I wouldn't want to be seen to put a wrong version to the witness, my lady. Your ladyship is muted.
Yes, I hear you. So which paragraph are you dealing with?
Paragraph 16, just the top of paragraph 16.
Mr. Pinar can be of assistance. But the amendments are also on record. Perhaps you can just also look.
My lady, with all due respect, I can't recollect.
Yes, I mean,
After a year where this specific paragraph was amended, but I mean, it was handed in formally, it was presented in court. So.
Okay, proceed, Mr.
Okay, my lady, to the witness, you will see at the top of paragraph 16 that it says during early 2016, the project reached a point where we as the DDs in the MDH felt that we are not going to be able to meet the deadline and that the timeframes did not allow us to do a proper assessment of the NGOs and be properly prepared to transfer the LE mental health care users. Now, this is what was experienced by somebody who was on the ground in respect of the timelines. Do you have any comment on that?
I don't have any comments because I didn't have a lot of engagement with Hannah Jacobas. I think I've seen her a couple of times, but I don't know exactly under what circumstances. But I had no direct communication with her about anything, so I wouldn't comment on her statement.
Maybe let me put it this way. These challenges that the project is having with the timeline, the implementation of the project, were they ever communicated to you in any meeting to say the timeline is too short, we need more time to be able to do this?
My lady, through you, we've dealt with the issues of the extension of the contract where the team said they needed more time, and after deliberations, we agreed on the 3 months. And after that, I think my counsel would have asked me in my chief evidence, or I think Mr. Msonogi in one of his affidavits or warning statements, he makes the point that he did not ask further extension because he was assured by the mental health team after the initial 3 months was granted. Beyond that, counsel, I cannot comment.
Oh, that is fine. It's fair enough, man. Just in closing, I'm curious of a statement that you made in one of those meetings. Mr. Pinar is here, my lady.
Sorry, my lady, to interject, but I just wanted to, for the sake of clarity and completeness, paragraph 16 was not amended.
I'm indebted to counsel.
May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Pinar. Continue, Mr.
Yes, I said I'm referring you to the document that is called Speeches and Answers to Questions. But in particular, there's a statement that you made in that meeting or in answering. I think Advocate Prof has also referred you to it, where you are saying that people having shares in Life Esidimeni and people being beneficiaries and so on. I find that statement quite curious because it did not respond to the question that preceded it. It just seems to be something that you might have some information that might be of assistance to this court. So what I wanted to know is, say there were people who have shares in Life Esidimeni. Who are you referring to?
Life Esidimeni is a public listed company, so there was a contact we were discussing in the legislature. I cannot remember exactly the angle, so I'm not at liberty to answer, to be able to remember exactly what would be the context in 2017 or 2016 on the 13th of February. I honestly, I think it was November 2016 when I answered those questions to the legislature. So my apology to the court.
Yes, before I take the hand of, before I allow Mr. Hodes to address the court, Mr. Pitlela, I hear the statement that you have just put to the witness. It's just that I forgot that I was muted. But did you refer here specifically to that particular page, or you just spoke out of the bush?
No, I didn't refer particularly to the page, my lady, because it was just a statement that she made in passing, in answering. So I was just curious if there is any significance to that statement. Okay,
Mr. Hodes?
It's nothing on terms on this, my lady. I wasn't
my lady
ready to move on.
But if that is the case, I mean, you need not just ask questions. I mean, we need to concentrate and know why we're here. Yes, Mr. Hodes?
My lady, I was asking to refer to the page. It was exactly what your ladyship had said. Thank you, my lady.
Okay, thank you. Proceed. Please don't just put questions haphazardly as you did. It shouldn't happen again, please. Otherwise, we get so lost. I mean, we can't follow your cross-examination.
I apologize, my lady. I wasn't aware that the court was not following.
No, I mean, for the purpose of every one of us, we need to be guided as to where you're going with your questions, which page, and before the witness answers. All right, continue.
Okay. Lastly, I want to take you to page 550. It's a statement by one of my clients, Ms. Karina Buti Morale. And we are looking at paragraph 11, 1. And in this paragraph, she says that we experienced challenges of shortages of patients' medications. And when I went to the local clinic, as promised by the Gauteng Department of Health, that patient medications will be collected at that clinic, I realized that they have not communicated with the clinic to provide patients with medication. I then wrote a letter to the Gauteng Health MEC, the Dani Matlangu, detailing the challenges, kind of patients I received, the monthly grants, and the patient's medication not provided at the local clinic. Now, my client says she wrote a letter to you in which she detailed these challenges that she was having. Do you confirm or deny?
I don't remember the letter exactly, but did she say if I responded to the letter? I'm not sure, Council.
No, I think from my instructions were that the letter was not responded to.
Okay, as I had said, my lady, before, that any correspondence that deals with specific things, we ask the different teams in the department to assist. In particular, I think issues like this would have asked Mr. BT to assist, as I spoke yesterday about the pharmacy, that the province has a provincial pharmacy, the medical supply depot, and the 5 regional pharmacies where the clinics draw medicines, as well as Mr. PT also working with the NGOs around the referral, Mr. PT and his team, because he was a chief director, and under him there are a lot of officials working with the NGOs, making sure that the NGOs in the Tshwane area are firstly linked to the clinic, as well as also that they are linked to the facilities. And there would have been a time, I think I asked one of the CEOs of the hospitals to go to one or two NGOs in Tshwane. I can't remember exactly which CEO, but yeah, there were CEOs I requested to go and see how can they support the NGOs in that regard.
But in all fairness to you, ma'am, it seems that after writing this letter, she says that she was provided with doctors who came and checked patients, and they also provided new scripts. I think that is prescriptions for the medication that can be collected. So I'm not.
I asked one of the CEOs hospitals, I can't remember exactly which CEO of the hospital. There was a CEO I asked that who was a medical doctor and a team to go and assist the NGO.
No, I'm saying I'm not putting a negative spin on anything. If it's read, the entire paragraph seems to suggest that something happened later, although she never received a specific response from your office to her queries.
But through you, my lady, sometimes my responses sometimes were never about the responding to the paper written. They will be about asking someone to go and look at the situation. So in this instance, the doctor concerned, I can't remember, it was Dr. Matebula, who I said to her, go and ask and look at this. So my response to some of the questions, to the letters written to me, would have, as I said throughout this proceedings, that I would have asked people to say, go and do this, go and look at this, and that has been the practice and the tradition in how I've led in all the departments I was responsible for.
Okay, well, just in closing, you will agree with me that at all material times during this project, it was the responsibility of the department to make sure that the patients, wherever they are placed, complies with the Mental Health Care Act.
Yes, that's correct, Councillor.
Yes. And it was also the responsibility of the department to, at the very least, have investigated the circumstances of all the deaths at the first available opportunity that occurred at the NGOs.
When I was made aware of the death through the legislature answering the questions, I did something, Council. Even deaths were referred to have not been to have been natural, but we thought that it was important that those deaths are investigated.
Yes, no, I'm not saying you didn't do anything. I'm just saying it was your duty. It was your legal duty to do so.
And we did that, Council.
Also, it was the legal duty of the department to ensure that prior to licensing any NGO, that NGO meets with the requirements of licensing in terms of the Mental Health Care Act. You agree?
Agree, Council.
Yes. and that by issuing licenses to these NGOs, the department represented to the NGOs that they will be able to perform the task that was being assigned to them, correct?
Can you please be slow, Council, so that I follow?
I'm saying by issuing these NGOs with license, you are representing to the NGOs that they have met the requirements and should therefore be able to perform the task that is being assigned to them. What the license says. If the license says you are able to take care of people with profound intellectual disabilities, then that says by giving you a license, we are saying you are able to do it.
That is correct, Council.
Yes. And the evidence of the NGOs was that they were promised support, they were promised linkages to clinics and hospitals, they were promised a starter pack, they were promised people at the end of their treatment cycles. And at the end, this was not done. There were no proper linkages to clinics and hospitals. There were shortages of medication. In some instances, they were even given expired medication that had to be replaced. Let me just cut it there because it's going to be too long.
I am not sure what Council wants me to do, to say to these things, my lady.
No, I'm putting it to you that this is what the NGOs are saying. You can comment, you can have comment, it's fine.
But remember, Council, through you, my lady, I note the issues that are raised by the NGOs, and in keeping with my responsibilities, wherever I was able to intervene in a place, I did. Wherever I was made aware to the things.
Just leave it there, Ms. Mahlangu. I think sometimes I forget that I've muted myself. Yes, Mr. Late.
My lady, the witness has been part of this inquest from the start. She heard what all the evidence was. She read all the statements. It's not necessary for Mr. Pichela to put these statements to the witness. She has listened to all the evidence that has been led in this inquest.
Thank you, Mr. Pichela.
My lady, I understand that to be an objection of preference. That is what Mr. Late would prefer. But as long as there's nothing that is preventing me from doing that, I'm doing it. I'm putting a version to the witness. And I'm giving her an opportunity to comment, because in my argument, I'm going to be making certain submissions to the court with regard to whether or not she failed in her duties. So, and it's not something that is a long drawn out thing. It's hardly being a minute, and I'm already done with this. I said in closing, and that is where I'm going. The interjection actually took more time than I could have been done with this thing.
Yes, Mr. Late.
My lady, the witness gave her evidence. The court listened to all the evidence of all the other witnesses. Mr. Pichela says he's going to argue it. Then let him argue it. It's not necessary to put his argument to the witness.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Pichela, I'm not going to, there was a time where I paused. I didn't realize that I was muted. At some stage, I'm asking myself, where are we getting with some with some of these questions? I don't know where you are getting, but if it's something for argument, you can deal with it at the time. That the evidence is on record.
As your ladyship, please. As long as the court has taken note of the evidence, then I'm happy.
Yes, all right. Thank you. The witness can come back. Yes. Do you still have questions for the witness?
Just One last question, and I'm done basically, my lady. And this will be my last question. The witness can choose whether or not to answer it. Ma'am, at the beginning, I asked you a question whether you are still employed in government. And you said, no, you're not employed.
That's correct, Council.
And my interest in that question arises from, as a matter of law, also given the interpretation that was given to these proceedings by Mr. Lade, saying that this is not a criminal matter, it's not a civil matter, it's more of an inquiry. So I wanted to understand, and because there were delays that were occasioned by non-payments by the state attorney and so on, I want to know, why is the state attorney representing you?
Mr. Pitlela, I think I'm going to have a problem with this question. Yes. Yes, I don't know. I don't see the significance of that question. Can I hear Mr. Martin?
Thank you.
I just don't understand how is it going to be of assistance to the court?
It's totally unnecessary. As it is, I'm not sure how many of the questions that have been asked over the course of this morning have anything to do with Mr. Pechlela's.
I thought he was closing, but I don't understand now.
And this is
thank you.
utterly irrelevant. It's between the witness and whoever is paying for her bills. It has nothing to do with us. Even if your ladyship disagreed with it, you could do nothing about it. It just doesn't help us at all.
Thank you. Mr. Lade?
My lady, I just want to add, not only is it not helpful, it's totally inappropriate to ask the witness that question, and Mr. Pechlela should keep his professional status in mind.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Pechlela, I don't think the question, before you even respond, I'm just worried about questions like this. Okay, you can say whatever you want to say.
My lady, I've posed this question because I feel that it's my moral duty to do so. So whether the witness wants to answer or not, it doesn't matter. It's on record. The record will vindicate me one day. That concludes my question, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Profi?
My lady, it's just a very small point that the court asked for the page number as well as Mr. Holders in respect of Mr. Pechlela's cross-examination. If I may just give that case the page number.
Yes.
It's 52413.
Thank you.
As the court pleases.
I see Mr. Martin, if you can just lower your hand. Yes, and also Mr. Profi, thank you. Where is the witness? Mr. Sibara?
I'm here, my lady.
Yes, I haven't heard of you today. I think I indicated earlier on that I would prefer that Mr. Martin go before you.
My lady, if I can just address the court. Either way, it's fair, but there are some aspects which we are likely going to touch, which might as well necessitate, if Mr. Martins deems it fit, to take the witness with. Even if either way it works for us, my lady.
Perhaps you should then start in that case,
yeah,
because I thought
we are ready.
Yes.
We are ready to proceed, my lady.
Mr. Martin.
Thank you. My lady, I'm happy to go now. Perhaps maybe if the witness could just step aside and I can give your ladyship a sense of why I don't think that it would be a problem if I went now. One of the issues that we have with this particular witness is that at times when she's asked difficult questions about what she did or did not know or what she did or did not do, she has a habit of referring to those below her, the HOD and his team. The reference is almost always made in quite a broad fashion, and this witness has been examined ad nauseum by those who've gone before me on what she did and did not know and what was and was not brought to her attention.
Yes.
So the extent to which I can address with that is rather limited. And as your ladyship also knows, the putting of versions is not entirely necessary in this matter. It's the evidence that ultimately is elicited that your ladyship needs to deal with.
Yes.
So my intention when I cross-examine this witness is to deal with one very narrow aspect relating to the licenses. I just want to bring a finding to her attention and through her to your attention as to whether or not Dr. Manamela was entitled to sign these licenses. And secondly, to ask her to comment on a version or an instruction that my client has put to me. And that instruction will be relevant to most every occasion where she says, I referred it to the HOD or I referred it to the team, or I would have. It's rather phrased along those lines. I would have referred it to the HOD or I would have referred it to the team. So I'm not sure that it matters if I go before Mr. Sabara. I am happy to wait, but I'm also prepared to go now.
If there is anything that Mr. Sabara touches, maybe you reserve the right to revisit your cross-examination, perhaps, in case there is something.
I can do that. If there's something specific, I can do that. Thank you.
All right.
My lady, from my learned colleague points, it would seem that we are moving relatively on the same direction.
Okay.
Yes. So preferably, my lady, let us take the stance that he starts, because part of the consultation we did with Dr. Manamela, from his opening remarks now, it will seem that most of the questions we might cut them off by virtue of the versions which is going to put. That is my deductions, my lady.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Thank you.
Yes, can the witness come back, and Mr. Martin will therefore proceed with the cross-examination of the witness?
As it pleases your ladyship. Thank you, my lady. Can I proceed?
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Mhlanga, my name is Henry Martin. I represent Dr. Selabano. I'm going to question you just on two narrow issues. If I can ask you, please, to firstly turn to page 30396 of case lines, if you have that available to you.
30396.
Yes, my lady. Ms. Mhlanga, if you'll just let me know when you have it.
I am the counsel.
Thank you. For your context, after the Ombudsman's report came out, a number of parties appealed that report. Are you aware of that?
Yes, counsel, I am aware.
Right. This is one of the findings that came from one of those appeals. You'll see at the top, it was an appeal made by Mosego Home and Takalani Home, and the ad hoc tribunal comprised, as he then was, Justice Ngwepe, Professor H.M. Kuvadia, and Professor B. Robertson. My lady, I see we already have Mr. Brophy.
I apologize for interrupting. It's just that I must have gotten the incorrect page number. May I please just have the correct page number again?
Yes, of course. It's 30396.
Thank you.
Ms. Mhlanga, just for your context, I'm going to read...
I don't want to interrupt you. I don't know. I can't see Ms. Mhlanga.
I can see her, my lady.
You can see it. Then you can proceed. That's fine.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Mhlanga, I'm going to read the relevant portions to you, and ultimately what I want to do is show you here a finding that was made in respect of the licenses. And the context of that is the following. You gave evidence, I think it was under questioning from Ms. Hassam. You were asked about the licenses and whether you were aware that the licenses were unlawful. And the answer that you gave her was that you did not know that the licenses were unlawful, and the HOD, my client, assured you that Dr. Manamela had always been issuing the licenses. Do you remember giving that evidence?
Yes, Council, I do.
And in other words, you relied on the HOD's assurances that Dr. Manamela was entitled to sign these licenses. That's the thrust of your answer.
That's correct, Council.
Right. Paragraph 1 of this appeal is as follows.
So what paragraph, Council?
Paragraph 1.
Okay,
it's on page 30396. And the tribunal said the following. This is an appeal by Mosejo Home and Takalani Home against certain findings and recommendations made by the Health Standards Ombud, contained in his report dated 1 February 2017, entitled The Report into the Circumstances Surrounding the Deaths of Mentally Ill Patients, Gauteng Province. I'm going to stop there because I'm just giving you the context as to what the appeal was against. Right. If I could ask you to please then turn to paragraph 13. Which you will find at page 30400.
I am there, Council.
Right. At the bottom of paragraph 13, the tribunal records the following. During argument, counsel for the appellants confirmed that those were indeed the findings of the appellants, or the findings the appellants were complaining about. They were therefore the gravamen of the appeal. We accordingly restrict ourselves to them. They are the following. And then paragraph 13.2, there seems to be a missing 13.1, but 13.2 reads the following. That the appellants operated without valid licenses. And you don't need to go any further than that. It's the relevant portion of that paragraph. If you could please then scroll down to paragraph 14 at 30401.
I am there, Council.
I'm going to read those paragraphs for you. The appellants insist that they at all relevant times had valid licenses to receive and care for mentally ill people. It is common cause that the applicants did have licenses. What the Ombud says, though, supported by the Gauteng Department of Health, is that the licenses the applicants had were invalid, in that the person who issued them, Dr. M.J. Manamela, Director of the Mental Health Services, had no authority to do so. They say that the only person competent to issue the licenses was Dr. Celebano, Head of Department. Now, if I stop there, that is the thrust of the complaint about the licenses that at least I have been hearing throughout the course of this inquest, that it should have been Dr. Celebano signing them and not Dr. Manamela. And on that predicate, it is taken almost at face value that these licenses were unlawful. Bearing that in mind, if we continue reading to paragraph 15, this is what the tribunal said. We do not agree with the argument that the appellants did not have valid licenses. 15.1. Dr. Manamela is not only an employee of the department, she is also a very senior person, namely Director Mental Health Services. 15.2. The argument that Dr. Manamela was not duly authorized by the HOD would place too heavy a burden on ordinary citizens. If a citizen applies to the department for a license and receives it signed by Dr. Manamela, how are they supposed to know that Dr. Manamela was not duly authorized internally to issue it? Such a delegation of authority would have been an internal arrangement which would not be the concern of an outsider. If the Gauteng Department of Health wants to challenge the validity of the issued licenses, it would not be for us to advise them as to what process to invoke in order to invalidate licenses issued under the above circumstances. Until that is done, the licenses stand. We were not shown any statutory provision which prohibited the delegation of authority to other senior functionaries, such as Dr. Manamela. On the contrary, Regulation 43.1 of the regulations made in terms of the Act simply says that a service provider must, in quotes, obtain a license from the provincial department concerned to operate, and then goes on to regulate the issuance of such a license. Nothing in it suggests that a senior person such as Dr. Manamela could not have had the authority to issue the license. We point out again that it was not for the applicants to question the authority of Dr. Manamela, that she was not duly authorized was an internal matter within the department. All right. If I can ask you then, Ms. Mahlangu, to please scroll down to paragraph 22.2. And I just want to read some subparagraphs. This is the extent to which the appeal succeeds now. Findings in the first respondent's report, that's the Ombudsman's report, in respect of the two appellants, which are contrary to paragraphs 22.2.1 and 222.2.4 below, are hereby set aside and substituted by the following: 22.2.1. There is no conclusive evidence that mental health care users who were received from Life Esidimeni, Centre by Mosego Home and Takalani Home under the Gauteng Department of Health's Mental Health Marathon Project, and who died at the two homes, died under unlawful circumstances. And then for the purposes of the issue we're dealing with, 22.2.2, Mosego Home and Takalani Home did at all relevant times operate with valid licenses. Do you see that?
Yes, Councillor, I see that.
Ms. Mahlangu, were you aware of this finding by the tribunal before I showed it to you?
Councillor, I was aware of it, and when I went to the arbitration in 2018, I tried to refer to this, and I was told that it's already on record. It was not necessary for me to talk about it. I was dismissed when I tried to refer to it.
So when Dr. Selabano assured you that Dr. Mela was entitled to sign these licenses, he was not misleading you as to the correct state of affairs. At least one judge of the High Court agreed with him that Dr. Manamela was entitled to be signing these licenses.
Yes, Councillor. On failing to do licenses, that is correct.
Thank you. Ms. Mahlangu, just one last issue then. During the course of your evidence, you have repeatedly stated that you were misled by those below you. You've been taken through the various correspondences that you received from SADAG and Section 27 and the families already by those who have gone before me. I'm not going to ask you to revisit those issues. I do want to put an instruction that my client has given me to you for your comment. Dr. Selabano, having listened to your evidence in this regard, says to me the following. He says that he has never knowingly given you false information relating to these issues, and he has never withheld any information from you. Do you have any comment to that?
I have no comment, Councillor.
As it pleases. My lady, that concludes my cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Sibara?
As you please the court, my lady, I'm here. I cannot see the court from where I'm sitting, my lady.
You can see the court.
My lady.
Yes.
I have a headache. May I please just be given 10 minutes break?
And I see it's now 22 minutes past 12. I don't know if we take the lunch adjournment now and resume at 1:30. Will that be proper?
My lady,
Yes.
from my side, it will be proper, but arising on a different matter.
Okay.
Um,
Can we deal with this first, and then you will give you the opportunity?
Yes, no, I mean, then it relates to the adjournment as well.
Oh, okay.
I'd like to be excused after lunch because I have to head to the airport. I'm near the SCA tomorrow, but I'll make arrangements for the junior to be present.
Okay, no, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam.
All right. Are we agreed that we adjourn now and resume at 1:30?
No objection, madam.
No objection, madam.
Okay, just to avoid this 10 minutes break. We understand that Ms. Mahlangu has been on the witness stand for quite some time. All right, Ms. Mahlangu, I can't see you properly, but I hope you can hear me. You are warned, as I did previously, We're going to take the lunch adjournment and we'll resume at 1:30. Thank you.
Mr. Court, please, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady.
As the court pleases.
summarize our area we are going to touch to discuss with you. My lady, I'm not going to traverse issues which have been covered by my seniors and some of the colleagues who have cross-examined, but we are going to look at the decision to terminate from a different angle. That is the PBC meeting of 26 November 2014.
Yes.
We are going to look at the meeting with Life Esidimeni, my lady, which was invited by the MEC, the February meeting, 2015. Further on that, we are going to explore the communication, the 20% reduction of beds, which was directed to Life Esidimeni on the 11th of March 2015. We are going to look at the letter which was sent to the MEC on the 12th of February 2016 by Mr. Musinoki. That issue, my lady, will canvass who took the decision to extend the termination period by extra 3 months to June 2015. My lady, we will look at the statement of Mr. Mkacha, just to get clarity from the witness with regard to the meeting of February 2015. We will look at the statement of Ms. Sinello with specific reference to the meeting of Waverley, which the witness has already testified that she gave the numbers to the family members. In the nutshell, my lady, that is what we are only going to deal with, is simply decision making.
All right.
With the leave of the court, my lady, if I may just be allowed to start.
Yes, you may.
Ms. Mahlangu, I'm going to start with an answer you gave to my senior advocate Mukari SC, that when you went to the PBC meeting on the 26th of November 2014, you, after presentation, correct if I'm wrong, after presentation, you left with a different decision than what we have anticipated. Did I put it correctly?
Yes, Councillor.
And when you say you left with a different decision from the PBC, I've noted your presentation on page 1697. What decision are you talking about which you left with?
The decision to terminate the contract completely.
And from the department perspective, when you presented the cost containment measures, in particular,
Can I get that page number again?
1697, my lady.
Okay, continue.
1697. When you went to the PBC on the 26th November 2014, what presentation did you make from the department, in particular with relate to Life Esidimeni, before the decision could be taken?
The presentation, Council, is here. It's reflected on slide number 6. Don't have the case line. I think the items were reflected, the 14, and one of them was Life Esidimeni. We indicated that a final notice to be issued in December to begin the termination of the issue of the beds starting in 2015. There were potential savings that are in that.
Okay. Let us just take it step by step a bit. I'm asking you this question on the backdrop that you left with a different decision than you anticipated. On the very same slide you have read, it says final notice to be issued in December. Did you make this presentation yourself?
Council, if I may, what my under cross-examination by Council Mukari, when he asked me the question that the department went in there to make the presentation, the PBC decision was that you should do gradual thing. Answer remains that yes, the department, based on this presentation, made this presentation to the PBC. When we left the PBC, alongside with all the other contracts, the PBC decided that the contracts must all be cancelled in line with the others so that the department can be able to respond to the issues, eliminate the issues being raised by the Auditor General. That is reflected in the turnaround strategy of the department.
Thank you, Ms. Mahlangu. Let's just concentrate on what we are discussing. I'll appreciate if you can respond to my questions. We've got the evidence and cross-examination of Advocate Mukari. It's our engagement now. I want to ask to focus final notice to be issued in December. Which year were you referring there? December of which year?
I think the presentation, my lady, is clear and my answer is on record. The matter I've answered at length on this matter when Advocate Mukari engaged on this.
Thank you.
But can you listen to the question, Ms. Mahlangu? Just listen to the question and then see if you can answer the question. I don't think this is the same question.
Thank you, my lady.
This is cross-examination. We understand that you could have been asked questions on the same document, but just listen to this question. I think it's a different question from what you were asked. Can you rephrase the question or repeat it?
Okay, thank you, my lady. You read it, Ms. Mahlangu, final notice to be issued in December. December of which year, if you can assist the inquest court?
The meeting was in November 2014, Council. So the presentation, it talks about December. I'm not sure which year, but there's amount stated, there's a year stated in 2015. I would not exactly remember what was the actual weights that we discussed when we were mentioning this.
And when you refer to final notice in respect of what?
It says life Esidimeni, Council.
Is it final notice in respect of termination, Ms. Mahlangu, or
Council,
final notice in respect of, just hold on for me, just hold on. If I can just assist you to break down the slide a bit. Is it final notice in respect of termination? Is it final notice in respect of reduction of beds? Let's just focus on that final notice. I don't think this evidence is on record. You were never asked about this.
I cannot talk with authority exactly what was this. Remember, Chair, Council, I've already said through my lady that this presentation comes from the department. I engaged with them prior to the meeting and on exactly what this is about, and we go to the presentation. So I have no capabilities to answer exactly what Council is asking me now.
Can you move on?
Thank you, Madam. This document, you have already testified that it was compiled by Mr. Silivano and senior management, if I recall.
That is correct, sir.
I'll invite you to assist the inquest court when you refer to senior management. Who were part and parcel of producing this document? Because Dr. Manamela and Mazamisa, they were not part of this. Those are my instructions.
Council, the senior management of the Department of Health consisted of HOD, DDGs, chief directors, and in some instances, directors will be invited to meetings. So exactly depending on what issues being discussed.
Okay. We are not interested on the organogram of the department, but we are interested on the parties who participated in producing this document. In particular, let me be specific, in particular with Life Esidimeni.
My lady, the compilation of any document in the department, the unit concern in this instance will be mental health or any other relevant party, including the hospital services, the district hospital service, and others will be consulted. I am not an administrator. I cannot answer the question to say Uqedani was part of putting slide X, slide Y. Those would not be my in my competencies in assisting this court.
Ms. Mahlangu, you presented this document at this provincial budget committee yourself, right? And you are the one who's saying this document was generated by the Department of Health. So obviously you are the person who can assist us to know who actually contributed to the generation of this document, who gave it to you, that it was a presentation to present. What happened? How did you get this document that ultimately led to you presenting it on behalf of the department?
My lady, documents that come to my office come via the HOD. As to who gets involved in the nitty-gritties, with respect, my lady, I do not know who was part and parcel of generating this information. I have no capabilities of answering that question.
Okay, thank you. Can you move on, Mr. Sibel?
You cannot dispute that Mental Health Directorate was not involved in the production of this document, in particular with Life Esidimeni, the decisions which are referred there.
My lady, the tradition in the department is always in the relevant people that are affected in the subject matter are always consulted. As an example, by way of example, when I go to the legislature to make a speech relating to the budget, the different teams are asked to contribute, to make contribution to that. Then we develop a speech out of those facts given by the officials. So I'm not sure how Dr. Manamela would not have been consulted in the compilation of this document as the director for mental health. I have no answer. If she was excluded, why was she excluded? If she was included, I wouldn't be able to answer that question, my lady.
Yes, can we move on, Mr. Sibero?
Let's move on. You gave evidence that February 2015, it's on record, you invited Life Esidimeni to a meeting. Where was that meeting held?
In the Department of Health, I think it was the 22nd floor boardroom.
And this I've got an echo. I don't know where it's coming from, but I'll proceed. This is the meeting you testified Dr. Manamela attended.
Yes, I think, my lady, if by way of explanation, when I had meetings with the...
Just a second. Sorry, Ms. Mahlangu, to interrupt you. I apologize, my lady, to interject the witness. We are not talking about generally how you operated your office. We are talking about this specific meeting. This question is a simple yes or no. You have already testified about this, Ms. Mahlangu. Your evidence is on record. Don't worry about how you operated. You testified Dr. Manamela attended the meeting, February 2015, correct?
By way of example, and I think it's important to do that, in every sector or meeting I attended with stakeholders, whatever the subject matter was, the relevant officials who were dealing with the matter would have been invited in the meeting. If they were not present in the meeting, they would be sending the representative thereof. If my memory serves me well, Dr. Manamela was present in that meeting and the HOD, and I can't remember other officials, but there was always someone in my office there to give me support.
My instructions are that Dr. Manamela confirms that Mr. Mukachwa attended that meeting.
Well, I don't remember him.
Which contradicts your evidence that he was not there.
I do not remember Mr. Mkhaja being present in that meeting. I remember Dr. Trevor Frankish. I remember Dr. Kemi Chetty, who was the former HOD of the Department of Health.
So will I be correct, Ms. Mahlangu, in view of the passage of time, it's over more than 5 years now. You can't remember each and every person who was in that room February 2015. It's reasonable to put it that way.
It's impossible to remember each and every detail, particularly the faces of people that I might have seen once or twice, or things like those.
Thank you. The instructions from Dr. Manamela is that in that meeting, you emphasized to Life Esidimeni that the department was struggling financially to maintain the contract.
Yes, that was the purpose of the discussion. Not only did we discuss that, we also discussed the difficulties as reflected by her, Dr. Manamela, about some of the things that were not being done correctly at Life Esidimeni.
Ms. Mahlangu, I had not asked the tail end of that answer. Can you just stick to questions and answers which are relevant?
I am giving text
We'll have progress. And again, Dr. Manamela instructs us that in that meeting, you told Life Esidimeni that you are terminating Life Esidimeni contract, as it appears in the statement of Mr. Mkhacha, which has been presented before this inquest.
The MEC for Health represents government. I was not terminating contract as Qedani. We were terminating contract as government. If I say we are terminating the contract or I'm terminating the contract, it doesn't mean this is Qedani. I'm simply communicating a government decision.
So in short, you communicated that the government is terminating the contract, not actually Qedani Mahlangu is terminating the contract.
And I don't have no authority to do such things.
Good. No, it's okay. Let's move on. And
Just a second, before we move on, just to follow your evidence, are you saying therefore that indeed you said something about it? You said something about the termination of the contract of Life Esidimeni in that meeting?
Yes, my lady, we did present that.
Thank you, my lady. Thank you so much. In this meeting, again, that is the meeting of February 2015. You specifically informed Life Esidimeni that you have taken a decision that the 200 reduction of beds for 2014-2020 should be increased by additional 20%. Then that was your instructions to Life Esidimeni.
Just before she answers, there is a hand, Mr. Hodes.
My lady, I object to this line of question because this was never the version of Mr. Sibaro's own client. She never testified to this effect. So he's giving a version now that's not been placed before the commission by his own client. Well, not placed before the court by his own client.
Mr. Sibaro.
As the court, my lady, there's a bit of an echo coming. My lady, there's so many submissions before this court which have been made by Advocate Late that we are dealing with inquest witnesses. This is not a criminal trial. I just have to repeat myself. I think that has been repeated by my seniors who quoted the Inquest Act. Witnesses are called upon to clarify that which the court needs to clarify, and not to be a pirate of what transpired during the termination. The court can clarify questions. Now we are putting across a version or instructions which comes from Dr. Manamela, which were necessitated by the evidence of this witness. And
can the witness step aside, please?
Thank you, my lady. as this being the inquest, my lady, I just want to know that I don't see you from my side.
You don't see me?
Not at all. I'm not sure if I'm the only one.
Yeah. Is there
You're
anyone?
visible, my lady, on my side.
You are also visible for me, my lady.
Yeah, visible, my
I see
lady, from my side.
my lady.
Then it's on my side, my lady. So it's okay. Let's proceed.
Right.
I think I've responded to my senior orders, AC, my lady.
Mr. Late, I think then
lady,
before Mr. Hodes response, reply. Oh, are you comfortable with that? Can I hear Mr. Late? Where is Mr. Late?
It's just pulled away out of your computer.
I have nothing to add to what Mr. Sibara just said to the court.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hodes, you were saying something. Are you saying that it's fine, we can proceed before?
No, my lady. No, we can't come with all fanciful instructions that are different to the versions. His client has testified. She gave a version. I don't know if she can give instructions now that don't go along with the version that she testified to. Whilst we're not repeating everything parrot fashion, we can't have all different instructions different to our version. It's inconsistent and can't be put with respect, my lady.
Yes.
Sorry, my lady.
Mr. Sibara?
Thank you. Before we adjourn for lunch, my learned colleague, Advocate Martin, put a version to this witness which Mr. Silubano did not raise. And such an objection was not raised. And if my memory serves me well, it has never been Mr. Silubano that he never foresee what could have, the information which he gave to the MEC. I just lost the correct version of his version, my lady. And that, in my view, it was new to this proceeding. And here we've got a witness, my lady. I see Advocate Martins has just raised his hand, my lady, before I could finish.
Mr. Martin?
Thank you, my lady. I don't necessarily want to be drawn into this, but I think that Mr. Hodes's objection is more nuanced than that. The version that I put on behalf of my client was that he had never intentionally given this witness false information or misled her.
Yes.
I understand Mr. Hodes's objection to go somewhat further than that. He says that the version that's now being put contradicts an earlier version that was made by this witness in her evidence. That was my understanding of where his objection lies. I might be wrong. My lady, you've had a long debate before you earlier today about whether or not there is a need to put versions in this matter. And as Mr. Late says, and I agree with him, there is no need to do so. And what that means is that somebody cannot necessarily be criticized for not having put a version, but they are nonetheless entitled to if they want to. If they do want to, that raises questions of, are they now ambushing somebody with a version for the first time? Are they putting a version that contradicts what they said earlier on? And I believe that that's the debate that we're having at this point. Yes. And I would rather leave it to Mr. Hodes to deal with that rather than me dealing with it on his behalf. I don't want to do that, but I don't think that I did anything wrong in putting the version that I put earlier as a preset.
Okay, thank you. Just before Mr. Sibara replies, I think there is a hand. If you can just put your hand down, Mr. Martin, there is another hand. Whose hand is that?
Mr. Piklela's hand, my lady.
Oh, all right, Mr. Hodes?
That was Mr. Piklela's hand.
Oh, I saw, but okay, Mr. Piklela?
Thank you, my lady. I'm also confused now in terms of which is the correct direction, because it was earlier put to say it's not necessary to put versions and so on, and I was totally against that. And it seems like now it's rearing its head again. Can we get clarity and finality on this aspect, my lady? Scott, please.
Yes.
Just
Mr. Sibar, you can just
before even myself now I'm confused. My little colleague
who's that now?
It's Advocate Sibara.
Before, I think Mr. Hodes sent was
okay,
up
yes,
also.
yeah, he was.
Can he go before you?
Yes, my lady.
My lady, my complaint isn't relating to putting a version or not putting a version. My complaint is that your instructions that you put to a witness must be consistent with that witness's version. That's
Correct,
Mr.
yes.
Martin did it correctly. You can't call your client to testify, she gives a version, and thereafter you hear somebody else's version, prefer it, and say those are your instructions. I know that we're not obliged to put the version in its entirety. As Mr. Martin said, we can if we wish to do so. I have no difficulty with that. But you can't put certain instructions in the form of a version that contradict an earlier version that was testified to by the witness or even used by you in cross-examination of other persons. Otherwise, we'll never end because we can come with all different speculative versions, put them as instructions, never deal with them. That's my argument, my lady. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Late?
On this score, I agree with Mr. Hodes.
Yes.
I think it's actually a matter that can be dealt with in argument.
In argument,
The witness testified what happened on at the meeting, and the discrepancies in Mr. Tabar's instructions can be addressed during the argument.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sibara.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. I'm prepared to live with the confusion, my lady.
Yes, but I think this clears the ground because it's a different objection. I think initially it wasn't clear, now it's clear.
My lady, I don't want to belabor the point.
Yes, I'm just saying from the understanding of the court, I think Mr. Hodes is correct. Therefore, you must move on. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I'll move on, my lady, for the sake of progress. It's okay.
Okay.
Thank you, my lady.
Mr. Late, if you can just put off your
on
camera.
The screen, it's frozen on the screen.
It's possible. Can somebody assist us in the meantime while Mr. Sibara is proceeding? The witness can come back, Mr. Hodes.
With the thank you, my lady. My lady, I'll be referring the witness to page 31580 case lines.
Page
31580. Are you there, Ms. Mahlangu?
Yes, Councillor.
Thank you. You'll note, just to give a sort of identification of the document. This is the communication from Mr. Silubano to Dr. Mkachwa, reduction of beds at Life Esidimeni. It's dated the 11th of March 2015. My lady, I'll take the witness quickly to the paragraph which starts with discussion. Are you there, Ms. Mahlangu?
Okay, yeah, I'm there, Councillor.
You can see the version which I was putting to you from Dr. Manamela is reflected in that paragraph that you spoke about the reduction of bed by extra 20% by April 2015.
Yes, Councillor, I can see that.
And the last line on the discussion, my lady, it reads as follows. The department, together with Life Esidimeni, has to develop a plan to reduce these beds.
Yes, I can see that, Councillor.
And were you aware of this decision for further reduction of bed by 20% by April 2015? as it captured on the discussion. You can just have a look at it specifically on the discussion.
The letter is written on the 18th of March. It's informing that the reduction must be, the federal reduction of 20% is from April 2015, because that's where they reflect on the new financial year. So this will be accurate, but not by. Probably there's a mistake there, because the financial year begins on the 15th of April. And the letter was written on the 18th of March.
Thank you. If I can just take you back a bit, step back on that paragraph. The MEC advised, that is under discussion, my lady. The MEC advised the LE senior management on the decision taken to reduce the LE beds and discussed the challenges of cost to continue funding the contracted care. Did you see that one?
Yes, Councillor.
I want to know who took the decision to reduce bed?
It was
by extra 20%.
I think that came out of a discussion with senior managers or with the officials of the department, based on the fact that there were concerns that life was not even meeting the previous target, and therefore a further stringent measure must be introduced. If I remember very well, I may not be accurate about the facts, but it surrounded the more or less things around that.
Are you saying the mental health directorate took part in the decision?
Yes, anything, my lady, through you, that we did in the department for any program, the unit concerned will be part and parcel of giving us information. On the basis of the information, then we take a decision. The mental health directorate was very much part of this.
Then this was introduced by you?
No, Council, my lady.
Okay. That is evidence before this inquest.
My lady, any decision relating to the programs, in particular the mental health, Dr. Namanamela was central to that in giving us information of the challenges and the things that she was concerned about. On the basis of that, then we take a decision. She was part and parcel of that. And she guided us, actually.
Just a second. Just 2 minutes, madam.
So are you therefore saying that it was because of her guidance that the decision was taken by whoever took the decision? Because we don't know who took this decision. You are saying senior management.
My lady, what I'm confirming that, and I'm further saying that any programs related to mental health, Dr. Manamela would have been a central person to give us information. Yes. And in terms of informing the decision making.
Yes, be that as it may, the question was, in fact, I want to know whether, isn't it, as Mr. Sibara has just indicated, that this was introduced at the time while the department was busy with the implementation of that strategic management plan of reducing 200 beds per annum at the time. Mr. Sibara, am I capturing you the right way?
That is correct, my lady.
My answer, my lady, is that Dr. Manamela was the person who guided us with information relating to the challenges she was facing, and therefore asking us to take decision to support the work that she was doing.
Okay.
Thank you, my lady. Let me take you, Ms. Mahlangu, to the evidence of one of your subordinates, your juniors. It's the evidence of Sophie Linkwane, Thelma Linkwane. She made a statement for the purposes of this inquest. The statement, my lady, is on 354. 354. Let me know when you are there. I'm going to refer you. I'm going to refer you to paragraph 2 of the statement. And this evidence was tendered when you were listening to these proceedings. My lady, through you, my lady, if I can just take the witness to from the bottom of paragraph 2, that will be line number 4, which starts by. Are you there, Ms. Mathan? It
Yes,
starts by the end of March 2016, life Esidimeni was expected to reduce further 20% patients above the agreed 200 per year in April 2015, as instructed by the MEC of Gauteng Department of Health, Mr. Dani Mahlang. There is that issue which is still raising its head again.
I don't know.
Any comment?
To say.
Do you have any comment to what Ms. Sinelo is saying on that statement?
My comment is as previous as I've commented on.
Ms. Linkwane, not
so Ms.
Sinelo.
Linkwane, my apologies. Thank you. You say you don't have any comment?
The comment is the same as I made with Dr. Manamela's in the previous point to raise a cancer.
Okay. Let's discuss the issue which was a bit burning. Just a second, my lady. I just want to get my documents in order. I'm going to refer you to page 30205. 30205. That very same email which Mr. Musinoki wrote to you. Are you there?
Yes, Council.
Thank you. The evidence which is before this inquest is that this email was a product of a discussion between Mr. Musinoki and the project team, including Mr. Silubano. There's evidence before this inquest by Mr. Silubano that he discussed this with Mr. Musinoki before Mr. Musinoki wrote this email to you. And you were part of this inquest. Do you recall that evidence?
She was part of this. I think you say she was part of the inquest.
Yes.
She was part of the inquest.
Yes. When the evidence was tendered of Mr. Silubano.
Okay. She was present when the evidence was tendered.
Thank you, my lady. Thank you.
Okay.
You recall that evidence, or should I take you to a specific page?
I recall it, my lady. But you can take me to the specific page.
Good. Let's go to page 493 or 6.
493?
46. 493 46. His evidence in this particular, my lady, was presented by my senior advocate, Prenda.
Okay, you can direct the witness to the evidence.
I just want to go to the specifications, my lady. The specific paragraph, sort of the specific page, which I want us to discuss, is 49354. 49354. 49354. My system is just taking a bit long to load. Okay, if you look there, the paragraph starts with a question from the from Advocate Ward Pringle SC. All right, Dr. Silubani, do you know whether this, we see the letter is addressed to the MEC? You can see Dr. Silubani confirms, yes, it was addressed to the MEC. This is the letter which has caused a bit of a stay when you testify that it was sent to you whilst you were on sick leave, you recall?
Yes, I recall, Council.
This letter was addressed to you. There we've got Dr. Silubano confirming. Then you can see, if we can go down to paragraph 11 in the same page.
Line 11.
Sorry, line 11. Line 11, thank you. It starts with Mr. Silibano. That is his discussions. Did you capture what is contained in that paragraph?
Yeah, I'm following, Council.
The evidence of Mr. Silibano in that regard is to say that Mr. Musinoki persisted on discussing his letter he sent to you. And in your reply to him, it's captured in that paragraph. He said, you said to him, Mr. Musinoki, are you working for Life Esidimeni now? Can you see that one?
I see it, Council.
And do you have any response to that paragraph in line of your evidence that, in line of the evidence before this inquest, that the only time you told Mr. Musinoki if he was on the payroll is when you were discussing the tariffs? Do you recall?
Yes, Council, I do recall very well. The 7 days has been a long time, but I recall.
Okay. I understand. So the picture which has been captured in this paragraph by Mr. Silubane, your former HOD, is different to what you have presented to this inquest.
I disagree with the HOD version.
Okay.
I stand by what I said before this court, that my displeasure at Mr. Musinoki's issues was about the tariffs and him insisting that we must grant the tariff irrespective of the cost difficulties that the department was facing. That is my stand. It shall remain.
The evidence which has been presented before this court is that this letter was for your attention, for you to make a decision, specifically you. And that evidence, or you can respond?
No, continue, Council.
And that evidence was presented, Mr. Silubano, before this court, which it was at the time he was being cross-examined by Advocate Butlender. Then that takes us to page 49355. Sorry, my lady, it's still my senior advocate. I mixed the pages. If I can, we can go to 49578. So this paragraph, which starts, my lady, with no, with the MEC, no, I never did. Are you there?
I am there, Council.
You can see in that paragraph, this letter, before it was returned to you, there was an extensive discussion between Mr. Musinoki and Mr. Silubano. Can you see that one?
But I was not privy to those discussion, Council, so I wouldn't know.
No. I'm saying, what is common cause reflected in that paragraph? What is common cause reflected in that paragraph is that there was a discussion between the two. No. If you look at the content of the paragraph, which you are saying you are not part of that meeting between Mr. Musinoki and Mr. Silubano, it presents a picture that there was a discussion between the two before Mr. Musinoki sent a letter to you from the content of that paragraph.
And both HOD and Mr. Musinoki would have been aware that actually I almost collapsed at the EXCO meeting where we were by the time I was hospitalized. So I'm not sure why would the HOD then start talking about things that he has powers to do and encourage Musinoki to write a letter. So I honestly don't want to engage in this. I have no comment.
So are you saying in your absence, the HOD could have extended the contract as per the request by Mr. Musinoki?
In my absence or in my presence, the HOD is given powers original from different legislation to run the department efficiently. Where he sees that things are not going right, as an HOD, he's entitled to to take action and do those things. So encouraging Mr. Musinoki to write a letter to the MEC, I don't know that is being prudent as and the part of the HOD. So I wish not to say anything beyond this.
Let's go to 49719.
May you please repeat the page?
49719. That it starts from, if I'm not mistaken, my lady, from where it says Mr. Silubano, above paragraph 10.
Yes, I see that, my lady.
Mr. Musinoki is a chief director. He would have to write and ask with that letter. We'll go through Dr. Libete. From Dr. Libete, it will come to me. Then I take it to the MEC. So I said, you know what you feel strongly. You want to write a letter. There are issues that you really want to raise, but you must start by saying, hi, MEC, I apologize that I'm writing to you directly. Can you see that one? You see, Dr. Silubano even advised Mr. Musinoki to start with that, hi, MEC, I apologize. And that is how the letter was crafted. Can you see that one?
My lady, may I be given permission not to answer any of the questions related to this letter?
It's okay, you can, it's in order. And if you go to, from paragraph 22, my lady, where it starts of the same document, yes. I just want the record to reflect it. That is Mr. Silubano discussing with Mr. Musinoki. Well, perhaps, said I was being literal. We were sitting in an office and we weighed the options of saying who will convince, listen to that statement of Mr. Silubano, who will convince the MEC about what you want to raise, about waiting, about wanting, so the waiting of the project waiting. That is how to convince the MEC. This is a discussion between Mr. Silubano and Mr. Musinoki. This paragraph, Ms. Mahlangu, it suggests that you were supposed to be convinced. The content of this paragraph.
My lady, I've already stated my stance on this letter. May I please request that my request is granted?
Fair enough.
Mr. Martin?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, perhaps
if
the witness can just step aside. If your ladyship goes to the actual letter itself, which appears at 30205, well, that's the email. And then the letter is attached to that. At the bottom of that letter, just find it here. Mr. Mosanoche finishes off as follows. He says, we respectfully request that the MEC, we, so he puts it in a plural.
Where is that now?
This now would be at page 30207.
Is it the same letter?
It's the same letter. It says, we respectfully request that the MEC to consider the above alternative proposal as made by the senior management team tasked with implementation of alley termination project. The proposal has been discussed and shared amongst ourselves as senior managers, that is, HOD, that's Dr. Celebano, DDG, and the alley project managers. The reason I mention this to you is, in the letter itself, this letter comes from, inter alia, Dr. Celebano, and Dr. Celebano's evidence as to how this letter came about is already on record. And Mr. Hodes would have challenged it to the extent that he felt necessary in his cross-examination. I don't know what value we get from Mr. Sabara asking this witness to look at somebody else's evidence that she's already had the opportunity to address in her own evidence and in the cross-examination of that witness, and we just go around it again and again. If the point is that Mr. Sabara wants to say to her that everybody had to walk around you on eggshells, if we're getting to that sort of conclusion, my submission is perhaps Mr. Sabara can just get there and we can move on to his own client's involvement in this.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sabara?
My lady, maybe it is the lack of wisdom with the English language and the structure of my own cross-examination. My lady, we have structured our cross-examination based on the case we are all going to argue at the end of the inquest. And I prefaced my supposition or my cross-examination to the witness that this evidence is on record. It has been testified about. I'm giving the opportunity to the witness to respond because the court is well aware that the version of the witness is to say that the decision to extend the contract was discussed in the meeting and it was decided in the meeting. And I am putting it to the witness to signal to her that no. The decision to extend the contract by 3 months, it was as a result of a discussion between Mr. Musinoki, HOD, and then the project team. So that evidence, my lady, which the witness has already responded to, it does not harm the proceedings. And in fact, we seek to enhance our own submissions at the end of the inquest when we need to make submissions.
If I may,
yes.
The way you will correct me, Mr. Martin. The way I understand the objection is that
yes.
Shouldn't you be going straight to the point now? In case there is something that you, yes, because I mean, you have been on this letter. Am I correct, Mr. Martin?
That is it, my lady. My concern is that all of this evidence is already on the record.
Correct,
we really
yes.
don't need to lead a witness around the garden and do the long way. It's crossing. You can simply put the proposition to the witness and she can respond to
yes.
it. At the end of the day, what your ladyship needs to do is be in a position where you can say, I have the following evidence that's been put before me. I can draw the following conclusions. I can gather the following facts. We don't need to lead a witness the long way into something. We can just put the proposition and move on. That's my submission.
Yes, Mr. Hodes? There is Mr. Hodes. I've also noted, just a second, I've also noted Mr. Late.
My
Yes.
lady, to ask the witness to comment on what transpired in a meeting that he wasn't present at is unfair by its nature. To then utilize that to build on it is further unfair. So I agree. It would be better to just say, indications are that they met, they were afraid of you, and this is and that's the proposition. But I cannot see, and I don't want to be covering for the witness all the time, but how she could comment on what they discussed in the meeting where she wasn't absent is unfair. You can't ask somebody
Yes.
to comment on what other people discussed about you. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. There is another hand that will be Mr. Late. Before, yeah.
Thank you, Malay. Just on another note, I would ask the school just to inform the witness that she cannot deny to answer questions that do not incriminate her. She must answer all questions except if they incriminate her. I don't know what the answer will be, but just for future sake that she knows she cannot refuse to answer a question just because it's uncomfortable for her.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sibara, can we close this?
Let's close it, my lady. We will deal with it in argument. It's okay.
Okay. Thank you. The witness can come back.
We're just going to call him, my lady. Thank you, my lady.
Yes, continue.
My lady,
perhaps before she continues, I think there is this point that keeps on coming. Thanks, Mr. Late. Remember when you started with your evidence, I specifically warned you against evidence that will incriminate you. Remember that?
Yes, my lady.
Yes. You know what I mean, that you need not answer questions which you feel will incriminate you or might incriminate you.
Yes.
But then in the same vein, the court warns you that you are not supposed to not to answer questions. To say you are not answering questions, which questions are not incriminating you. It is not correct for you to be saying, I cannot answer any question. You are compelled to answer the questions that you're supposed to answer for as long as those questions or the answers to the questions do not incriminate you. I hope I'm clear.
I apologize to the court, my lady.
Yes, but perhaps I think it's proper that now it has been explained to you and you understand, correct?
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, proceed, Mr. Sibara.
My lady, on our final lap of cross-examination, the content of this letter which we are discussing, Ms. Mahlangu.
Are we still on page 49719?
No, my lady. We are just finalizing with the letter of Mr. Musinoki on 30205.
Okay. Yes.
30205.
May the counsel repeat the page?
30205.
I am the counsel.
Let me see. Sorry, Ms. Mahlangu. This letter was crafted by people, you say their authority in terms of mental health care and psychiatrists. You relied on them, on the termination. What consideration did the meeting had to only give a 3-month extension? Let me just finish my question. When the letter, if you can see on the bullets, does not give specifications, for example, when will the renovations will be completed? When will the NGOs be identified and registered? What consideration did the meeting had to come to that decision for 3 months when they are asking for a financial year?
My lady, First of all, may I indicate that the letter was not presented in the meeting. Secondly, the issues that were presented in the meeting as part and parcel of the report from the project team and the HOD being present was the fact that the team will not be ready with the work that they've done. They're requesting that we consider extending the time so that they're able to do all the work that was necessary. And therefore, we needed to do that. And that after those discussions and deliberations, it was decided that the extension must be granted for a period of 3 months. And I even said previously in the past few days, which Advocate Van Bergen objected that there was a mention of the fact that the quality of care at life was deteriorating, and if the contract is extended beyond that, things may not look good to particularly relating to the patient care. This is what vaguely I remember would have been part and parcel of the discussion. As a result, we took a decision in that February meeting to towards the end of February to cancel to extend the contract by 3 months.
Okay, continue.
If I can just quickly run through my notes. And there was a question which was canvassed by other colleagues, but I just want to get clarity from you. The decision to extend by 3 months, was it pronounced in that meeting, or it had to be announced later? This is the presentation. This is the presentation. You're in a meeting. The project team is asking for the extension. Then it has been resolved now that we are going to extend by 3 months. Was it communicated in the meeting, or there was a formal communication to this effect?
No, the decision was made in the meeting. Everyone who's in the meeting knew that the contract is extended by further 3 months. But for the benefit of the public, Steve Mabona, who was my media liaison officer, went out to issue a statement in that regard to inform the public.
Thank you. Marie, can I just check with my client and Mr. Makani if we have covered our space?
Okay, please do.
Malady, that will be all from our side.
Thank you, Mr. Sibera. Before Mr. Hodes continues, if he has further cross-examination of the witness, I think I want to check with Mr. Late and Ms. Marriott if they have questions for the witness. Mr. Late?
Sorry, my lady, I've spoken to Advocate Late. RC is there now, sorry.
Oh, okay, thanks.
So, no, we have no questions for the witness. Thank you, my lady.
Mr. Odes?
May it please you, my lady, I didn't expect to begin today. My request will be, my lady, to start at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I do believe that I'll be done before tea time, my lady, with the leave of the court.
All right, I think, yes. Is there any objection to this request?
No, my lady.
Okay, thank you. I think we will give you that opportunity. Where is the witness, if I may?
Yeah, my lady.
Thank you, my lady.
I think it's now a few minutes, 2:37.
That's correct.
On that note, come again?
I said that's correct, my lady.
Yes, yes. On that note, we will adjourn the proceedings to tomorrow, but the witness is warned so that she can also be present tomorrow to finalize her cross-examination by Mr. Odes.
Thank you, my lady.
The proceedings are therefore adjourned. Thank you. Tomorrow to tomorrow, the 11th of May 2023. Thank you.
May it please the court,
As
my
the court,
lady.
please.
As the court pleases.
As the court, please, my lady.
As the court pleases.
you.